my calculated footsteps. Go quickly into night's silver eye, luminous and fertile. Exhale in one mighty breath the celestial symphony of the stars, and carry your pockets of whispers home to me. Carry your pockets of whispers. Drip down the chin of those who choose to devour its savory embrace. Drip, drip, drip down the chin of those who choose to devour its savory embrace. Drip down the chin of those who choose to devour its savory embrace. Oh, Riley and Spencer,
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of that, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
Hey everybody, thank you for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. We have a few songs coming up here before Cat in the Hat with Sean Kramer, and then we're going to have 2 hours of music, and then a talk by Louise Hay on assisting in your own healing. We will end with a guided meditation by Sarah Hall. This is Option 22, They Got It Coming. Thank you for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. Much love. Enjoy the music.
Revolution. We're talking evolution, man. We rise up. We rise above. A revolution. We're talking evolution, man. We rise up. We rise above.
We're not gonna take it. beloved giver of life. You are the soul, surrounds the sight and sound, all borders of mind. You are the space beyond all time. A child of the wonderful one has begun in his journey on, saw revelation. When the way is the only one, awakened child of the seeing stone. You are the master of flesh and bone, and the power within your hand is the same as created man. I stand on this rising dawn, as if I am the only one, oh blazing and brilliant come. You are the mystic of Avalon, called to the vision of the ancients, wise to the wonders yet unknown. Arise to the simple and the sacred, as the pattern of your life unfolds, and all that you may become. My seer, my prophet, my son. Now time on its turning hinge, and folding back on itself again, arrives on a wave of light, and forward on its eternal flight. For the secret the sage has sought to exist in this timelessness, suspended by life's embrace, and surrender to the will of grace. For when we have risen above and awakened to the fullness of the power at life's command, and the force running through our hands, to call to the vision of the ancients, wise to the wonders yet unknown. Arise to the simple and the sacred, as the pattern of your life unfolds, and all that you may become. My seer, my prophet, my son. Child of the wonderful one has begun in this journey on, saw revelation. When the way is the only one, awakened child of the seeing stone. You are the master of flesh and bone, and the power within your hand is the same as created man. I stand on this rising dawn, as if I am the only one, oh blazing and brilliant come. You are the mystic of Avalon, called to the vision of the ancients, wise to the wonders yet unknown. Arise to the simple and the sacred, as the pattern of your life unfolds, and all that you may become. My seer, my prophet, my son.
now enjoy Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. Fairy tales are both stories of transformation and symbolic poetry. They are gifts from our ancestors, offering symbols and guidance for our human development. In this show, artist, philosopher, and teacher Sean Kramer will lead us into the imaginal realm of fairy tales, where we will find healing images and wise teachings for our own journey through this enchanted world. So welcome to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales.
Welcome back, everyone, to Under Their Spell, meditating on fairy tales. In today's meditation, we will meditate on the idea of inner conflicts as expressed or externalized in fantasy through fairy tales and children's stories. And we'll take as an example the children's story Cat in the Hat, which, while not strictly a fairy tale, is very fairy tale-like in many ways and is a good example, a simple, clear example to manifest some things that are true of fairy tales and a lot of children's stories. So to begin, let us bring ourselves into a relaxed, meditative state of awareness that will act as a bridge to the inner world of the imagination. So using your breath, allow your in-breath to take your awareness into your body. Noticing the state, the energy, the feelings of your body at this moment. And with your out breaths, allow your body to relax, to release and let go of any tensions that you do not need at this time. And to hand over to the heavenly powers at this time in your life, so that during this hour you can more freely explore the inner world of imagination and symbols. And imagine before you a mirror. See yourself reflected in the mirror. And as you look into the mirror at your reflection, see yourself going back in time, getting younger. You go back, you see yourself as a teen, a youth, and as a child. And as you look in the mirror at yourself as a child, you see a wound. One of the wounds you received, as we all do, in our sensitive childhood. Now imagine your guardian angel approaching that image of yourself as a child and reaching out with its angelic hand of light and love energy and touching that wound and healing it. And we ask our guardian angels and all the angels to be with us this hour and always, to shine their light within our minds and hearts, to guide our imaginations so that we may form healthy and transforming images and symbols. And may they guide and direct us to understand the symbols. So far in this series of fairy tale meditations, we have been looking at fairy tales as symbolic images. Fairy tales can be seen as a mixture of both symbolic poetry and stories as stories. If we look at the fairy tale as just one or the other, either as symbolic poetry or just as story, some things don't make sense. We have to see them as having both of these facets. Just as a story, some things might seem implausible. Where did the witch come from in Hansel and Gretel? How did the girl put together her sisters in Fitcher's bird, take their body parts and bring them back to life? The fairy tale doesn't try to explain it because it's not just trying to tell a story with probability, but it's also poetically symbolic, and those elements make sense as poetic symbols. In this meditation today, and in some of the coming ones, I want to bring in and meditate a little more on the story aspect of fairy tales. So in the previous ones, in looking at the symbols, we have given some interpretation of some of the symbols. We will continue to do that and try to go even deeper into some of the symbols and how symbolism works. But today, we will bring in this aspect of story. So first, I would like to spend a little time meditating on story. What is a story? And why are stories so important to humans? And then we will take some of those insights and use them to explore the story of the Cat in the Hat. So, what is a story? When we tell stories, we use words to represent or signify some connected series of events. But that's not really enough to make by itself to make something a story. I might describe my walk through the woods, that I went for a drive and I parked, got out of my car and went on the path. I walked along the path, saw some oak trees, some pine trees, the snow, and I came back to my car and drove home. That wouldn't really be a story, except in a very loose and broad sense. There's something else needed, kind of to make something a story. So what if I said, I got out, I went on the path, I walked through the woods, and I came to a cave. And in that cave was a giant ogre who wanted to kill and eat me. And I maybe tricked the ogre in some way and got away and came back. That would be more of a story. And what is added to make this more a story than just a mere narration of events? The philosopher Aristotle called it a knot. Which the story ties a knot and then unties the knot. And so most stories have two parts. A part where a knot is tied and then a knot is untied. Well, what does he mean by a knot? Well, a knot in a story is a conflict. He's using an image of a rope tied into a knot and then untied as an image for a conflict. A story first ties a knot, that is, it leads you down into some conflict or difficulty, and then it unties the knot or resolves the conflict. The word resolution, like a story resolution, is actually the Latin word. Resolution is the Latin word for untying. So the story ties a knot or creates a problem or conflict and then unties it. So as stories, fairy tales tend to lead a character and imaginatively us into a difficulty or conflict and then lead us out. A story could just tie a knot, leading us into a problem and then just stop or end with no resolution, leaving us in a state of hopeless frustration, as some stories do. But fairy tales as stories are intended not merely to express the problems and fears of human life, the difficulties, which they do very well, but they are meant to go further and symbolize also ways of resolving the difficulties and conflicts of human life. So stories then are not merely narration of events, things that happen, but of events in which there is contained some sort of knot or conflict. So what is a conflict? What do we mean by conflict? A conflict implies two, sometimes more things in opposition. to be in opposition? Well, a conflict means that there are two things meeting, both of which cannot exist or be realized together. So, for example, if on my walk in the woods I meet a giant ogre who wants to kill and eat me, and I do not want that, I want to live, to continue my life, then beings are meeting that have opposed desires. Both of the desires cannot be realized together. The ogre's desire to kill and eat me, and my desire to live. Both of those can't be together. One of them will cancel out the other. So there's a conflict or opposition. And so when these things in opposition that can't be realized together meet, something has to happen. Either I get killed by the ogre, or I get away and the ogre is frustrated in his desire to kill and eat me. So when things in opposition meet, there is a tension. Something must happen or change in order to resolve or untie this tension or conflict. This then is a way of meditating on stories or fairy tales, which we can use to meditate on what are the things in conflict in the fairy tale or the story. And then how is that conflict resolved? Or to use Aristotel's image, what is the knot in the tale and how is it tied and untied or resolved? So our story for today, The Cat in the Hat, is, I think, an instructive illustration of these ideas of conflict in stories. And particularly, it is a clear example of something that fairy tales do, but maybe isn't obvious at first, which is they take an inner conflict and externalize or express it imaginatively. So let's meditate a little before we jump into Cat in the Hat on this idea of an inner conflict. What do we mean by an inner conflict as opposed to an outer conflict? A struggle, for example, between a man and a bear in the woods would be an outer conflict, a conflict occurring in the outer world. The bear might be struggling to kill and eat the man, and the man is struggling for his life. But as humans, we also undergo inner conflicts, conflicts that occur inside of us, not just in the outer world, but inside of us, which is a very interesting thing. This means that there are things inside of us, our own selves, which we feel as a kind of unity, but things that are in opposition. Things in us that can't both exist or be realized together, which then creates an inner tension, so that one or both of the things in opposition must change. So I might have, for example, two desires inside of me which are in opposition, which cannot both be realized. I might desire to get up an hour early before work and do yoga and meditate. But I might also at the same time desire to sleep another hour. Or I might desire to spend my evening studying, learning something or studying something for school. And at the same time, I might desire to spend the evening, say, watching movies on Netflix. So I will be in an inner conflict. I will have one desire opposing another. If I sleep the extra hour, I will miss the time for yoga and meditation. If I get up and do the yoga, I will not get that extra hour of sleep. Both desires can't be realized together. A married person might desire to be faithful to their partner and might be in a situation where they are attracted by another person. And they can't do both. They can't remain faithful and become sexually involved with another person. One of those desires will be realized and the other will not. And this is an especially human thing, this idea of inner conflicts. It's not seen so much in animals. When I was working on a ranch in Colorado, I was working with the cows, and if I wanted them to follow me, I took a bucket of these pellets that they love to eat and would just shake it and they would come running. If they were hungry and the food was in front of them, they would eat it. I had to be careful, because if they got too close, they would just knock me down and trample me and to eat the food. I never saw the cows deliberating about whether they needed to diet or whether they were eating too much. If they were hungry and the food was there, they ate it until they weren't hungry anymore, or until there was a fence between them and the food. Whereas humans have a lot of inner conflicts around food. What kind of food to eat, when to eat, whether they need to diet. I'm not aware of animals fasting. Sometimes animals are sick and their body makes them not hungry and they don't eat. But being healthy and hungry and deciding not to eat when you have food available, that seems to be an especially human thing. And that shows us something special about humans. So inner conflicts are uniquely or especially human. And we might wonder why that is. And we will come back to that, and maybe this story will help us. But there are many kinds of inner conflicts, and there's one that this story Cat in the Hat is about. Sometimes it's described as a conflict between our inner child and our inner parent. When, as children grow up, they have their spontaneous desires and fears and inclinations, kind of instincts, but they also experience their parents who sometimes tell them and guide or command them to do things that go against their inclinations. And as we grow up, we internalize the voice and the morals, you might say, of the parents, and that becomes an inner voice within us. So we can have these inner conversations even as we're older. So maybe we're a college student and there's a voice in us that might be a continuation of our parent, that you should do your homework, you should be spending this time on your homework. And another voice that's telling us why we should do something else that we might be more inclined to play a game or go out with friends. So there develops within us as we grow that inner child voice and the inner parent voice. Let us enter our story and see how it exemplifies some of these ideas about conflicts and stories and inner human conflicts. And I think that's a lot of the attraction of this story, along with the poetry and imagery, is how well and clearly it imagines for children their inner world. So the story begins, there's a picture of two children sitting by a window on a rainy day. And it says, the sun did not shine, it was too wet to play, so we sat in the house all that cold, cold, wet day. I sat there with Sally, we sat there, we two, and I said, how I wish we had something to do. Too wet to go out, too cold to play ball, so we sat in the house and did nothing at all. So all we could do was to sit, and we did not like it, not one little bit. And now the story starts to build up the inner conflict to tie the knot. And we could see this story, as we can other fairy tales too, as having two parts, in which the knot or conflict problem is developed, tied, and then a second part in which it is resolved or untied. And in the first part of the story of the Cat in the Hat, the story of the part of tying the knot, there first comes in the cat, and things start to get wild and problematic, and then they get worse. He brings in a box with these two things in it. So let's look at the conflict part of the story, and then we'll see how Dr. Seuss describes the resolution or untying of the conflict. So as they're sitting there, bored at home, with their mother away, they're alone, something went bump. how that bump made us jump. We looked and then we saw him step on the mat. We looked and we saw him, the cat in the hat, and he said to us, "Why do you sit there like that? I know it is wet and the sun is not sunny, but we can have lots of good fun that is funny." So this strange creature, this wild cat with a hat, comes in, and his interest is fun. Let's have fun. I know some good games we could play, said the cat. I know some new tricks, said the cat in the hat. A lot of good tricks. I will show them to you. Your mother will not mind at all if I do. Then Sally and I did not know what to say. Our mother was out of the house for the day. So for this first part of the story, that will be common. The children are silent. They don't know what to say, and the talking and action goes on with the cat and this other creature, the fish. But our fish said, "No, no, make that cat go away. Tell that cat in the hat you do not want to play. He should not be here. He should not be about. He should not be here when your mother is out." Now, have no fear, said the cat. My tricks are not bad, said the cat in the hat. Why, we can have lots of good fun if you wish with a game that I call Up, Up, Up with a Fish. So the cat starts to juggle the fish in the bowl, and he keeps adding other things and getting more wild and crazy with his juggling, picking up books and toys. Then he jumps on top of a ball while he's juggling. And the cat is having lots of fun. The fish is quite distressed and terrified. Finally, the cat falls down. The cat falls on his head. He comes down with a bump from there up on the ball. And Sally and I, we saw all the things fall. And our fish came down too. He fell into a pot and he said, "Do I like this game?" said our fish as he lit. "No, I do not like it, not one little bit." "Now look what you did," said the fish to the cat. "Now look at this house. Look at this, look at that. You sank our toy ship, sank it deep in the cake. You shook up our house and you bent our new rake. You should not be here when our mother is not. You get out of this house," said the fish in the pot. So what is happening here? There's a clear conflict between the fish and the cat. And if we use the image of the inner parent and the inner child, it's very clear, and Dr. Seuss is describing with very fitting symbolism the voices within the child, the inner child and the inner parent. The cat is the inner child, the inclination to play, to have fun. And the fish is externalizing the voice in their head that they have begun to internalize of their mother. What would our mother think? So the fish is expressing their imagination, the inner voice of their mother. They should not be making a mess, going wild, juggling. And why use the cat and the fish? Well, the cat, there are a number of reasons. For one, the cat is a warm-blooded animal and the fish is cold-blooded. So the cat is this inclination to play. Cats are wild, roaming. They also have cultural associations with have repressed powers, darkness, witches, magic, things repressed by society. The fish is also with roaming movement of the cat. He is smaller and more dependent. He needs the children to help him and listen to him, so that in the child, the voice of the parent is being internalized, but they have their own immediate impulses, instincts, and inclinations. So the fish, with its confined, kind of more ordered, bounded, predictable existence, is the image of the directions of the parent. In some ways, we might say reason, versus the warm-blooded, impulsive, exploratory inner child impulse, emotion. But now things even get more troublesome. The cat says he wants to introduce them to another game, and he brings in a box. When the cat ran out, and then fast as a fox, the Cat in the Hat came back in with a box, a big red wood box. It was shut with a hook. Now look at this trick, said the cat. Take a look. Something that is shut up in a box, but now is going to be released. And he got up on top with the tip of his hat. I call this game fun in a box, said the cat. In this box are two things, and I will show to you now. You will like these two things, said the cat with a bow. I will pick up the hook. You will see something new. Two things, and I call them Thing 1 and Thing 2. These things will not bite you. They want to have fun. Then out of the box came Thing 2 and Thing 1. And they ran to us fast. They said, how do you do? Would you like to shake hands with Thing 1 and Thing 2? And Sally and I did not know what to do. So we had to shake hands with Thing 1 and Thing 2. We shook their two hands, but our fish said, no, no, those things should not be in this house. Make them go. They should not be here when your mother is not. Put them out, said the fish in the pot. So this conflict within the children of wanting to be playful and get more carried away and wild and messy in their play, that inclination, and then the other inner voice of their mother, what their mother would say, what they should be doing and should not be doing. So this story is taking this very basic experience of inner conflict that all humans have in their early years between some of their spontaneous inclinations and their parents' rules and guidance and command that sometimes conflict within them, and the story is taking it and projecting it out. So we could see this as a description of children playing and going through this inner conflict. And the story is taking these parts of the children and of ourselves that are inside of us and imagining them as if they are characters outside, as if there's a cat and a fish in conflict with one another, which makes our inner experience more sensible, more understandable and imaginable for us. Now these things, 1 and 2, who don't even have names, who are released from the box, are a further expression aspects of the inner child. They're like the children if they completely gave in to that side of themselves. And in the picture in the book, they are drawn like two little children in pajamas with this wild, crazy hair, like two uncared for children, like street children whose hair has grown wild, and they have nothing but pajamas to run around in. Another way of looking at this, what's happening here in this story, is to use some words that are attributed but incorrectly to Sigmund Freud, the distinction between the id, ego, and superego. Sigmund Freud didn't use those words. Those are Latin words, which the American translators put in, apparently to make Freud sound more scientific. But Freud himself said clearly that it's better he thought in psychology to use ordinary language, not use technical or foreign words, such as Latin words as they did. And he was writing in German, but he used ordinary words instead of what they put as id, ego, and superego. He used the words it, which is what id means in Latin. It, ego he used the German for I or me. And for superego, he said upper me. So he used the terms it, me, and upper me, or we might say sometimes in English, my higher self. And he said that he wasn't making this up. There's, as if sometimes it sounds like, well, is there some like technical part of my psyche or my brain that's called a superego? And he said he was just pointing out something we all do already, the way we talk about ourselves as having different parts. So some things we talk about that are actually ourselves, but we talk about it as if it's an it, like it made me do it, my anger or my lust made me do this, or my inner demon ourselves, aspects of ourselves, but we talk about them as if there's an it that is doing things to us or driving us. And then we refer to other parts of ourselves as our upper self, the upper me or my higher self, my ideals, my ideal for myself and my better life, and then these other parts, that inclinations that go against that. So he observed that inner conflict in us in a general way and said, we all already talk about ourselves that way, as if there's an it or a whole group of things that we refer to as it, and there's kind of me in the middle, and then there's my upper me or higher self. And we could compare that to these children in this story. There's them in the middle, and there's the cat and these things that just want to play and have fun with no thought of consequences, and then there's the fish as this upper me, this higher self or superego. And the things one and thing two, they get kites and they start to fly kites inside the house. And the illustration shows them running through the house with kites knocking things off the wall, pictures knocking down vases of flowers. And the fish says, as these things run through the house with kites, "No, not in the house," said the fish in the pot. "They should not fly kites in a house, they should not. Oh, the things they will bump, the things they will hit, oh, I do not like it, not one little bit." Then Sally and I saw them run down the hall. We saw those two things bump their kites on the wall. Thing two and thing one, they ran up, they ran down. On the string of one kite, we saw our mother's new gown, her gown with the dots that are pink, white, and red. Then we saw one kite bump on the head of her bed. So as they're running through the house with their kites, it gets to a breaking point. And here is where the story shifts from tying the knot to untying the knot. And we start to see the resolution, how Dr. Seuss describes the resolution of this conflict, the inner conflict within the children externalized between the cat and the things on the one hand and the fish on the other. And the boy says those things ran about with big bumps, jumps, and kicks, and with hops and big thumps and all kinds of bad tricks. And I said, this is the first time he speaks in the story, and I said, I do not like the way that they play. If mother could see this, oh, what would she say? The story now takes the turning point with the boy voicing for himself. Before he said, I did not know what to say. My sister and I didn't know what to say. We didn't know what to do. And they're just observing this interplay going on. Now he speaks up for himself. We saw that in the Goose Girl, that if you remember, the Goose Girl was in this problem until she could tell her story in the stove. She finally spoke for herself. And what leads him to finally speak up, that it's gone too far. He himself does not want this wild play to go on. It's when the things bring out on their kite their mother's dress, one kite, and the other one hits the kite on the head of her bed. There the boy says, I do not like this anymore. And that's interesting. They're playing, they're exploring, and it starts to get in an area where that makes them uncomfortable. This is going too far. Symbolized by the mother's dress and her bed. So they're little children, and in their exploration, they're starting to meet these adult things of gender and sexuality. And they feel in themselves that this is going too far. And that's true. Sexuality is something for it's can be very harmful and destructive for literal or psychological children. So the boy now speaks for himself and says, I do not like this, and what would mother say? And he runs and catches the things in a net and asks them to leave. And the fish says, that is good. The cat has gone away, yes, but your mother will come. She will find this big mess. There's still a mess in the house. And this mess is so big and so deep and so tall, we cannot pick it up. There is no way at all. But then, who was back in the house? Why, the cat. Have no fear of this mess, said the cat in the hat. I always pick up all my playthings, and so I will show you another good trick that I know. And the cat drives in with this crazy machine with all these arms and picks up everything in the house and leaves. So there he's describing a kind of resolution of the conflict, that the children have internalized a message of their parents about going too far in their play. They see for themselves, it's not just a voice in their head, what would mother think, but finally they get some insight into it for themselves. It makes sense to them why their mother has these boundaries, and they speak it for themselves. And then the cat, the playful side, the side that can do things, not just the confined fish in the bowl, the cat is something that has energy and does things. They use that part of themselves to pick up to their playthings. So there's a certain harmonizing of this conflict. They have internalized and accepted with their own insight something that their mother has told them from outside, and they've used their energy to pick up, to clean up. She said to us too, did you have any fun? Tell me, what did you do? And Sally and I did not know what to say. Should we tell her the things that went on there that day? Should we tell her about it? Now what should we do? Well, what would you do if your mother asked you? And there, Dr. Seuss ends the story with that question. There's still some of that conflict left. What should you do, and what do you want to do? So that conflict there can be seen as that inner parent, inner child conflict. It could also be seen as a conflict between our reason and our emotions. But are those the same thing? Is that the same conflict? What is the conflict between the inner parent and inner child? Is it the conflict between reason and emotions? Well, they're not really the same thing. I had a friend who, when she would be tired and depressed, she had an inner voice that was hypercritical and very blaming and dismissive of her in her head. And as I got to know her and she told more about her life and her growing up and her family, it became clear that that voice was the voice of her father. Her father wanted a boy and did not get a boy, got a girl, and never was satisfied with that, and let it be known by his over criticism, his dissatisfaction that she never could be enough, what he wanted her to be. And she internalized that voice of her father, and it became an inner voice, an inner critic. So you could say that's the inner parent. But it wasn't quite rational. Right? So as children grow up, they have their senses and emotions, but their reason is not developed yet. So they have to use their parents in place of their reason until their own reason develops. So there's a connection between the inner parent and one's reason, because the inner parent takes the place of reason until our own reason develops. But that voice of our parents, it depends on how really wise and reasonable they were. It can be, if they weren't reasonable, then it's problematic, and as our reason develops, we need to question that and criticize it. So to finish, let me take a few examples from fairy tales. If we look at them in this light as being stories that are imaginatively externalizing inner conflicts, just as this story of Cat in the Hat can be read as a story of the inner conflict of children projected outward into these imaginative fantasy characters of a cat and a fish. So in the first fairy tale we looked at, The Goose Girl, it told a story of a girl, there's a princess who went on a journey with her maid to the castle to go get married to a prince. And on the way, the maid takes the identity of the princess and forces her to change clothes, and she takes her horse and she shows up at the castle with the false identity as the princess. And the prince takes in the maid into the castle, and the real princess is sent out into the fields to tend the geese. And if we look at this as an externalized inner conflict, what would the inner conflict be? Well, it would be the inner conflict that a person can have in relationship between their desire to be loved for their true self, so to be known, to be seen deeply and loved as they are, on the one hand, and their fear that if they show themselves deeply and fully, the other person might not really love them, something will be displeasing and will end the love. So in that conflict, someone might create a false self in order to get love, but that love is in conflict with their desire to be known as they truly are. So the two sides of that conflict are externalized in these two characters, the princess and the maid. In another fairy tale we looked at before, Fitcher's Bird, a girl is taken to an enchanted, beautiful mansion made by a wizard, and if she does not open one of the doors in the house in which there's something horrible, there's these dismembered, bloody bodies, if she doesn't look in there, she can stay there and be happy. So what inner conflict could that be externalizing? Well, the conflict between the desire to have inner peace by dissociating or avoiding some part of ourselves that is hurt, traumatized, some unpleasant emotion or memory, on the one hand, and our desire to grow on the other. So we can create a certain peace in ourselves by avoiding something about ourselves or life, but that can stop our growth, symbolized in the story by the egg that the wizard gives to the girl to keep as long as she doesn't look in the room. She's kept herself undeveloped. But when she looks in the room, she starts to grow and have feathers, and she escapes and burns down the house that she doesn't need. So she's grown by overcoming that dissociation. So that fairy tale gives an external picture of an inner conflict that someone can have between wanting to have peace by avoidance or wanting to grow by facing something. Telling then stories and listening to stories is a properly human activity. Conflicts are particularly human. To be human is to be in conflict and to have inner conflict. When a sensing, instinctual animal develops a higher awareness, an ability to see causes and consequences, then there arise inner conflicts between our more limited instincts and sense desires and our broader awareness of consequences of our behaviors, of seeing more broadly than the immediate present in our immediate search for pleasure. Something might strike our senses and emotions as pleasurable, eating all this dessert, but there's another part of ourselves that humans had developed, this awareness, vaster awareness of things, extensions of time and causality, and we see the effects maybe that eating this will have in the future. And so we have an inner conflict, and that is part of being a human, being an animal, sensing animal who has developed a higher awareness at the same time. And this inner world of being a human is difficult to understand and to grasp, and so we imagine it. We give these inner parts of ourselves that are in conflict symbolic reality in our fantasy and make images of them, of their conflict and of ways to resolve them. We do this very naturally, spontaneously in our dreams. Throughout the day, we're doing this in our fantasy and our inner conversations. But fairy tales and good stories help children and all of us to do this better, do this very human thing of imagining and working through these inner conflicts. So we can be very grateful and make use of these great stories and fairy tales to help us in that. So that is our meditation on the Cat in the Hat. I don't know if Salomon, there's any comments or questions?
Yes. Somebody had asked, what is the purpose of the hat, and what would the cat be without the hat?
I think, to me, it's to show that it's a fantasy. It helps see the cat as symbolic, and also the playfulness and strangeness of the cat. There's also in this story, to me, I enjoy this story, and at the same time I feel there's something like a little creepy about it, and it has but people can see what they think about it, but there is this idea of these children alone at home, and this strange figure with his hat comes in, and I suspect perhaps that Dr. Seuss, the kind of Freudian things I touched upon, that there's more in that area, and that might have to do with the hat too.
Cool. Well, I really enjoyed this story very much.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I think it does, when you look at it in that way, as giving an imaginative expression for children of what is happening inside of them. I think it makes a lot of sense. And anything else, or shall we finish with the meditation?
I believe we are ready to meditate.
Okay. So come with your awareness back into your body, our bodies that carry so much information, guidance, wisdom in the very molecules, structure, nature, inner powers and growth of our bodies. And notice any tension you might have, and just invite that to relax, to release. And open your spirit spiritual part, your higher spirit and mind, up to the world of the good, guiding, holy angels. Through our body, we connect to the earth, and through our spirits, we open up to the spiritual world. As we breathe in, bring those two together, the energy of the earth coming up through our feet, and the spiritual energy of the angels and the divine coming through our minds, our heads, and uniting heaven and earth within our hearts.
on this planet. That's all.
space, we can concentrate on the beautiful order and harmonies that actually underlie everything.
attack at this very moment. The world is under attack at this very moment. The world is under attack at this very moment.
I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling, and we're revolving now, so we all sing that I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling. I see a beautiful new day dawning. We gotta battle the alien nation, help the people isolated by division, come to remind them that it's all collaboration, and smash all the self-imposed prisons. No more solitary confinement, see the light being split by the prism, but we can get it all back into alignment. Oh, people of the earth, please listen. I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling, and we're revolving now, so we all sing that I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling. I see a beautiful new day dawning, 'cause we're down to earth, we're down to earth, oh, we're down to earth, we're down to earth. So dig your toes in the dirt, 'cause it all comes down to earth. An alien is just a human being alienated, with the heart and mind separated, and the nature devastated, coming with a planetary invasion. Earthlings rise against the alien nation. I'm a terrestrial being and not the extra kind, and I can see all the pollution, so I must remind that the only way possible to make it all sustainable is that we recognize that our fates are tied. The earth is not given to you by your parents, it is loaned to you by your children. The earth is not given to you by your parents, it is loaned to you by your children's children. I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling, and we're revolving now, so we all sing that I'm an earthling, and you're an earthling. I see a beautiful new day dawning, 'cause we're down to earth, we're down to earth, oh, we're down to earth, we're down to earth. So dig your toes in the dirt, 'cause it all comes down to earth.
In our galaxy, it's our reality. Not telling a nation, it starts our humanity. Loving inside, that is our divinity. Stretch forth your arms and reach for eternity. When the sun shines to open up the day, it can be witnessed from far away. We are together, man, we can't separate. Stop any policy that promotes hate. Well, life is good, message and life can be better, but me must stick together like a snap and a letter. Man, I want to hug you, sister, man, and hug up your brother, 'cause we must evolve and stick together.
To all my nature freaks, to all my nature freaks, and my freaks of nature, and my freaks of nature. All my nature freaks, to all my nature freaks, and my freaks of nature, and my freaks of nature. Everybody that you see is an earthling, and all the animals and trees are earthlings. And even though that we know that they can't speak, make a choice for the voiceless, everybody sing. You can try to build it wide, to build it high, to never move faster than the speed of earth. You can try to build it wide, to build it high, to never move faster than the speed of earth. You can try to build it wide, to build it high, to never move faster than the speed of earth. You can try to build it wide, to build it high, to never move faster than the speed of earth.
Come together, people.
Yeah.
The time is now to rise.
Rise up, rise up.
To your high power.
Rise up. Yeah. Right. From Brooklyn to Vrindavan, we keep them heads bobbing. Eyes of our not, their bodies popping and locking. Sitting in the temple or in the clubs hopping. We got them beats knocking or under the knife chopping. Cosmic bling, amethyst in the pocket. These streets I watch with the third eye optic. Hard from the start, so you know it's not stopping. Roll it like mine, so nah, it's no problem. Look here as we unite strong. Can you hear we singing all night long? Medicine in the spitting, deep and in the vision in which I write songs. Inspiring the missions in which you might spawn. But with the kind of touches that'll invite calm. All in touch with the place where insight's born. To question questions that leave a few quite torn. Let's give answers that bring the truth to form.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
New York state of mind,
LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. I see African head wraps and earrings, shells and prayer beads instead of more diamonds and fake bling. Blacks doing yoga, meditating and eating right. Afro-punk kids with skateboards instead of mics. I see a revival of early 90s hip-hop, the culture coming back to the essence of what we all thought was the start of something greater. Shout out to Kool Herc, Bombada, and all the true creators. Battle for consciousness, all across the continents, companies calculating more profits and empty promises. Capitalism is a global virus. These moguls laugh as we watch it collapse and steady spiraling. Gentrification separating generations, but there's more than money making. There's a new ship to come. There's an urban renaissance. Neo soul realize 5 boroughs come together, stand united as one. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Unify the tribe. So many grinding, hustling and tiring, rushing in the mileage. Saucer shining like diamonds on horizons, but lost amongst our rises, imposed upon skylines. And wiring the mindsets, designing how we dialect, dictating what your style is. We dial in and wild out, still inspiring. Taking in the sun, breathing in the love, never dwelling on what was. You can feel the buzz, so many ways of seeing. They on the street scheming, we battling the demons. Hearts beaming as we dreaming into being. And make arrangements, they can't separate us. Together we rise in greatness, transcending the matrix. Bring it back to the basics, gaining patience from self-serving to merging emergence and earning new versions of peaceful relating. Meditating for all our relations. From New York to LA, we celebrating the changes. Moving past the borderlines. There's more at stake and more to buy, more to claim and more to try. While the masses mortify, heart and mind we unify. All connected, it's time to realize and realign, we all connected.
New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe. New York state of mind, LA state of mind. We don't separate, we break down the lines. We unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe, we unify the tribe.
Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's a reflection, it's a pure reflection. Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's a reflection, it's a pure reflection. You got to reach for your soul. Some preach but they don't know, and the speakers they go blast, but the frequency is old. Some swallow what they told, and others question all, while we searching for this truth and seeking to come home. The mirrors of our life, they dancing on our movie screen, co-create reality, always moving energy, and the tendencies play out like memories. We can change this reflection, deep within ourselves, deep within ourselves. Rewrite the programs, rewrite the program. Out with the old and in with the new. We burden through, coming into wholeness. Oh yes, and this is the whole test, the testament of what you're here to bless, and bring love to every crack and crevice, every crack and crevice. It's a pure reflection, don't you forget. Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find your wealth. It's a reflection, it's a pure reflection. Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, find true wealth, it's in reflections. It's a pure reflection.
Now open up your eyes, my child. All you see is loving you wildly. Freely it gives, freely to you, freely revives the life in you. Face yourself, I'll remind you of your beauty. Claim yourself, the innocence that you'll see. Find your wealth and use it as you choose. We coming into our collective sovereignty. You are the source of all that you talk about. Responsible for this world that you walk about. All that you see is inside of me. Turn it back around and change it so easily. No, you're not the victim, my child. You're the one who came to this whole planet to run wild and revamp the system. See evildoers kiss on. They are your reflection, don't you forget to
Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find true wealth. It's in reflections. It's a pure reflection. Cause if you face yourself, then you claim yourself. And if you claim yourself, then you find true wealth. It's in reflections. It's a pure reflection.
It's a pure reflection of our beauty. It's a pure reflection of all you see. It's a pure reflection, baby, lovely. Like you, baby, like me. We all say, 'cause we did that, so we love it this way. It's a pure reflection of our beauty. It's a pure reflection of all you see. It's a pure reflection, baby, lovely. Like you, baby, like me.
Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day, yeah, that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better, yeah. Feeling strong, feeling healthy and grateful. Sipping coffee, having talks with Creator. Singing praise for the blessings of the universe. Giving love to our beautiful Mother Earth. Dying every night and waking up to rebirth. It's your birthday, what you wanna do first? Sip some agua and satisfy your deep thirst. Greet the sun, wondering what I'm really worth. Can this body mind merge with the space and time? Heard that the mold guys are moving our timelines into something that's a bit more harmonious. Right now is a big metamorphosis. Open pond and a half minute porpoises. Walking on the planet from the stars and the oceans. So keep your eyes peeled, pineals getting healed. This is time that the secrets get revealed. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, getting better and better. Feeling good, feeling love, feeling beautiful. Feeling wind on the back of an eagle. Big spirit guiding us to a people. Standing up strong and tall like a tippy pole. Expecting miracles, magical visuals. Passion, the planet, one family, all equals. Healing waters and the medicine of knowledge. New sunlight with extra wattage. How I love you and all your pretty perfumes. All we wanna do is play you some good tunes. That's the best we express our gratitude. And it's intentional, so let it all be possible. Pass the ball, y'all, let the prayer snowball. Till it's all reggae-dicky paradigm falls. What goes up always evolves. And revolves involves all your in-laws. All our relatives from minerals to mammoths. We're the planets, so plant some plants, kid. Didn't plan it, but it's still gonna happen. That's the satisfaction of attraction. There's some loss to a cause and affection. Positive reference, powerful reverence. And you don't get a break from a second. Magnetic, forever connected. Woke up this morning with a really good feeling. Something magical and great's about to happen. This is the day that we'll remember forever. Anything is possible, get better and better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Twin sheets on your queen bed, recycled couches in a box array. Basement dwellers when your caravans go wrong. All I need is your word to belong. The drain's clogged up with your beard again. Summer's he, my dimpled friend, and I wanna live like gypsies. I'm not the only one living life so simple, dancing for free under the sun. So making in your garden shed when our homesteading is left for dead. You build a fire with flint and steel. Pray to God to know what's real. Parade of ruins pass me by. To church send a faint smile. Blinded by mammon's light. Darkness scoffs and love like flies. And I wanna live like gypsies. I'm not the only one living life so simple, dancing for free under the sun. And I know of a kingdom. To get there we must die. To promises of comfort that will never ever lead to life. Da, 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 da. I wanna live like gypsies. I'm not the only one living life so simple, dancing for free under the sun. And I know of a kingdom. To get there we must die. To promises of comfort that will never ever lead to life. And I bet it's full of gypsies, the broken widow and the poor. Blessed are those who find it, for they're gonna live forevermore. And da, 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 da. Twin sheets on your queen bed, recycled couches and a box array.
We are rolling on the river. We are rolling out to sea. Just me and my baby. sugar in your voice, dear. Black pepper in your touch. And I have always loved too much. You come and go like the wind blows, and you roll out with the tide, but that's alright, baby, that's alright. Just me and my baby.
And now enjoy this awakening talk.
This tape is about healing. Hello, this is Louise Hay, and I would like to discuss a few ideas with you. I am a metaphysical counselor, teacher, and healer. I have designed this tape for people who are concerned with their health and would like to take an active part in assisting their own healing or in maintaining their health. It doesn't matter what your disease is. If you choose to work with these ideas, your health is sure to improve. I once heard a definition of health that made a lot of sense to me. Good health is having no fatigue, having a good appetite, going to sleep and awakening easily, having a good memory, having good humor, and having precision in thought and action, not being klutzy, being honest, humble, grateful, and loving. How healthy are you? I do not heal anyone. The work I do is to help people understand how their own mental patterns are constantly creating their own life experiences, all of them, the good experiences and the so-called bad experiences, and also how these same mental patterns are contributing to the ease and dis-ease in their bodies. We do not want to be ill, and yet we need every disease we have. It is the body's way of telling us that we have a false idea in consciousness. We are being told we are on the wrong track and need to change the way we think. Every illness is a lesson for us to learn. Please do not just complain, I want to get rid of this condition. It will not create the healing you want, nor will you learn the lesson you need to learn. This is not a time for condemnation or for creating more guilt. We are just looking at what needs to be released. This is a time for healing, for making our lives and our bodies whole. I know you have within you all that you need to accomplish this. Once we begin to understand this process, we are able to take conscious control of the changes we wish to make in our lives. This is a very exciting process and becomes one of the most important adventures in our lives. I believe there is a center of wisdom within each one of us, and when we are ready to make positive changes in our lives, we attract whatever we need to help us. The very fact that you have discovered me and this tape means that you are already in the process of healing yourself. Something inside of you has shifted, and the healing process has already begun. You might even say that to yourself now. I have already begun the healing process. The body, like everything else in life, is a mirror of our inner thoughts and beliefs. The body is always talking to us if we will only take the time to listen. Every cell responds to every single thought you think and every word you speak. Continuous modes of thinking and speaking produce body behaviors and postures and eases or dis-eases. The person who has a permanently scowling face did not produce that by having joyous, loving thoughts. Older people's faces show so clearly a lifetime of inner dialogue. How will you look when you are elderly? You see, it is my belief that it is our birthright to be totally healthy and totally fulfilled in every area of our lives. I want to help you claim this birthright now. Some of the things I will suggest to you may sound very simplistic. However, these ideas have been tried many times with great success. They really do work. Please use these suggestions in addition to the work you may be doing with a doctor or other health professional. It will be helpful to you both. Take a nice deep breath, and if possible, allow yourself to be in a comfortable position while you listen to this tape. Just let these ideas wash over you. Only those ideas that are right for you will be accepted by you. It doesn't matter whether you understand them all or not, or if they make sense to you right now. Just let yourself play this tape over and over, even if you are not actually listening to the words. Your subconscious mind will hear and record whatever you need. I believe that all illness is self-created. Not that we say, I want to have this illness, but we create a mental atmosphere where this disease can grow and flourish. Our internal mental dialogue reacts in every cell in the body. I heard a physician say recently, if the surgeon operates on a patient without doing something to help them change the cause of the disease, then all the doctor is doing is prolonging the life of the patient until the patient can create another disease. You see, we need to do more than just treat the symptom. We need to eliminate the cause of the disease. And for that, we need to go within ourselves where the process of illness began. It is my belief that we are each 100% responsible for every experience in our lives, the best and the worst. We all create our experiences by the thoughts we think and the words we speak. The universe totally supports our inner dialogue. Our subconscious mind accepts as truth whatever we choose to believe. You can say it either way. They both mean that what I believe about myself and about life becomes true for me. What you choose to think about yourself and about life becomes true for you. And we have unlimited choices about what we can think. When we are very little, we learn how to feel about ourselves and about life by the reactions of the adults around us. It is the way we learn what to think about ourselves and about life. Now, if you lived with frightened people or with people who were very unhappy, then you learned a lot of negative things about yourself and about life. You may still believe them. However, this is not to blame our parents, for we are all victims of victims, and they could not possibly have taught us anything they did not know. If your mother did not know how to love herself, or your father did not know how to be gentle and kind, then it would be impossible for them to teach you to love yourself or to be gentle and kind. Your parents were doing the best they could with what they had been taught as children. I also believe that we choose our parents. Each one of us decides to incarnate upon this planet at particular points in time and space. I believe we do this because we have chosen to come here to learn a particular lesson that will advance us on our spiritual evolutionary pathway. We choose our sex, our color, our country, and then we look around for the particular set of parents who will mirror the pattern we are bringing in to work on in this lifetime. Often when we grow up, we point our fingers accusingly at our parents and whimper, "You did it to me." But really, we chose them because they were perfect for what we wanted to work on overcoming. As very little children, we learn our belief systems, and then we move through life creating experiences to match our beliefs. Look back in your own life and notice how often you have gone through the same experiences. Well, I believe that you created those experiences over and over because they mirrored something that you believed was true about yourself. It really doesn't matter how long we've had a problem, or how big it is, or how life-threatening it is. The point of power is always in the present moment. This means that what you have experienced during your life and up to this moment, you have created by your own thoughts and beliefs of the past. However, what you are choosing to think and believe and say today, right here and right now, is creating your future. Your current internal dialogue is creating tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, etc. Notice what you are thinking at this moment. Do you want this thought to be creating your future? Is it negative or positive? Just notice and be aware. I am not trying to create guilt for anyone, nor to make anyone wrong. I am making us aware of what is going on inside of us. Many of us who create illness and disease are in fact totally out of touch with what is going on in our minds and in our bodies. We only notice our bodies when we become ill or are in pain. If we do not know what is going on inside of us, how can we ever change? No matter what the problem is, the only thing we are ever dealing with is a thought, and a thought can be changed. All our experiences are just outer effects of our inner dialogue. Even self-hatred is only hating a thought you have about yourself. You may have a thought that says, I'm a bad person. This thought produces a feeling, and you accept the feeling as true. However, if you eliminate the thought, you won't have the feeling. Thoughts can be changed. Change the thought and the feeling must go. Believe it or not, we do choose our thoughts. We may habitually think the same thought over and over so often that it does not seem that we are choosing the thought, but we did make the original choice. We can refuse to think certain thoughts. Look how often you have refused to think a positive thought about yourself. Well, you can also refuse to think a negative thought about yourself, too. It seems to me that everyone on this planet that I know or have worked with is suffering from self-hatred and guilt to one degree or another. The more self-hatred and guilt we have, the less our life works. We find we have an inability to speak up for ourselves, and we are always trying to please others. Or we may be angry and explosive all the time. The less self-hatred and guilt we have, the better our lives work on all levels. This includes the health of the body, too. It has been my experience that the very bottom line for everyone I have worked with is always, I'm not good enough. And we often add to this, I don't do enough, or I don't deserve. Does this sound like you? Always saying or implying or feeling that you are not good enough? But for whom? And according to whose standards? Now, if these negative beliefs are very strong in you, then how can you possibly create a loving, joyous, prosperous, healthy life? Somehow your subconscious beliefs would always be contradicting these objectives and making sure you do not obtain your goals. I find that resentment, criticism, guilt, and fear cause more problems in our bodies and in our experiences than anything else. These feelings come from blaming others and not taking responsibility for our own lives. You see, if we are all 100% responsible for everything in our lives, then there is no one to blame. Whatever is happening out there is only a mirror of our own inner thinking. I am not condoning other people's poor behavior, but we must realize it is our beliefs that attract to us people that will treat us that way. If you find yourself saying, everyone always does such and such to me, criticizes me, ignores me, takes advantage of me, or abuses me, then this is your pattern. There is some thought in you that attracts this behavior. On some internal level, you believe you deserve to be treated this way. Or you treat other people this way, and it is just coming back to you. Whatever we give out, mental, physical, or verbal, will come back to us. When we no longer think or behave this way, the other people will change their behavior, or they will go and do that to someone else who believes they deserve it. You will no longer be attracting the experiences you say you do not want. Whether we want to change a life experience or a physical problem, the place to begin is to say so. Literally say, I am willing to release the pattern within me that is creating this experience or this condition. You can say this to yourself over and over every time you think of your illness. Say this with me now. I am willing to release the pattern in me that has created this condition. The minute you say this affirmation, you are stepping out of the victim role. You are no longer helpless. You are acknowledging your own power. You are saying, I may not understand it, but somehow I am beginning to understand that I contributed to creating this problem, and now I take my own power back, and I am releasing it and letting it go. What a powerful statement to have your subconscious mind supporting. As I said, resentment of others, criticism of ourselves, guilt over the past, and fear of the future are the most damaging mental thought patterns we can have. This kind of internal dialogue creates and maintains dis-ease in the body. These thoughts can destroy the body. Fear can contribute to baldness, ulcers, colon problems, and even painful feet, among other things. Criticism, as a permanent habit, can often lead to arthritis in the body. Resentment, long held, eats away at the body and becomes the dis-ease we call cancer. Guilt always looks for punishment and creates pain. Fear comes from not trusting the process of life to be there for us. You know, the most precious thing in our life is our breath. If you did not take another breath, you would not last 3 minutes. Yet you have such faith that your next breath will be there, that you don't even think about it when you exhale. Now, if the power that created us has given us enough breath to last for as long as we shall live, can we not begin to trust that the rest will also be provided for us? The next time you are frightened, think about the abundance of air and say, I trust the process of life to take care of me. Whenever someone is in pain, I know they have created a lot of guilt for themselves. Chronic pain comes from unrelenting guilt, often so buried that we are not even aware of it anymore. This guilt must be dissolved before the pain can be eliminated. Guilt is a totally useless emotion. It never makes anyone feel better, nor does it change a situation. Your sentence is now over. Let yourself out of prison. Anger combined with guilt often contributes to accidents. The degree of physical damage lets us know how severely we felt we needed to be punished and how long the sentence. Where this pain occurs in the body gives us a clue to which area of life we feel guilty about. Critical people often attract a lot of criticism because it is their pattern to criticize. They are often cursed with perfectionism, the need to be perfect at all times in every situation. Do you know of anyone on this planet who is perfect? I do not. Why do we set up standards that say that we have to be super-person in order to be barely acceptable? That is such a heavy burden to carry. When I was a little girl, I had a very difficult childhood. My parents divorced when I was 18 months. I was raped when I was 5. I became a battered child and grew up in the Depression. My mother was very much a victim, and my stepfather constantly expressed his own brutalized childhood. I grew up having a lot of resentment. I had to create cancer in my own body before I was willing to begin to release that resentment. I am certainly not condoning the behavior of any of the people who mistreated me. However, for me to spend a lifetime just running the old movie, feeling blame and anger and resentment, is not doing me any good in the present moment. I learned that resentment only eats away at me, and it did. In my case, holding on to old blame and feeling resentful for all that they did to me helped to create my disease. Releasing and letting go helped me to heal myself. The past is over and done. We cannot change that now. We can change our attitude toward the past and our thoughts toward the past. How foolish for us to punish ourselves in the present moment because someone else hurt us in the long-ago past. It's not worth it. I often say to people who have deep resentment patterns, please begin to dissolve the resentment now when it is relatively easy. Don't wait until you're under the threat of a surgeon's knife and you have to cope with panic too. It is vital that we release foolish, outmoded, or negative ideas and beliefs that do not support us and nourish us. Our concepts of ourselves and of life and of God must support us, not negate us. No matter what our disease, if we choose to believe that we are helpless victims and that it is all hopeless, then the universe will support us in that belief and we will just go down the drain. When people come to me with a problem, I don't care what it is, poor health, lack of money, unfulfilling relationships, or stifled creativity. There is only one thing I ever work on, and that is loving the self. I find that when we really love and accept and approve of ourselves exactly as we are, then everything in life flows. It is like little miracles are everywhere. Our health improves, we attract more money, we have better relationships, we begin to express ourselves creatively. I often ask people to look in the mirror and say, I love and accept myself exactly as I am. When they can't do it, or won't do it, or find it painful or silly, then I know they are killing themselves with their own critical thoughts. Do this exercise in a mirror. See what comes up in your mind. Notice how you feel. This may be the center of your problem. Resenting, criticizing, or fearing others, and not being willing to love and accept yourself. When we won't love ourselves, it just means that we are still believing the old limitations that someone taught us many years ago. Usually that person was someone who did not know how to make their own life work. But remember, your limiting beliefs are only thoughts, and thoughts can be changed. Let's change them now. The only thing you ever have control over is your current thought. Loving ourselves, to me, begins with never, ever, ever criticizing ourselves for anything. Criticism only locks us into the very pattern we are trying to change. Understanding and being gentle with ourselves helps us move out of it. After all, you have been criticizing yourself for years, and it hasn't worked. Let's try approving of yourself and see what happens. Self-approval and self-acceptance, right here and right now, are the keys to positive changes. It is also important that we release the past and be at least willing to forgive. Love is always the answer to healing and health, and the road to love is through forgiveness. It is imperative for our own healing that we release the past and forgive everyone. We may not know how to forgive, and we may not want to forgive. But because we say we are willing to forgive, we begin the healing process. We do not have to know how to forgive. All we need to do is to be willing to forgive. The universe will take care of the hows. The Course in Miracles says that all disease comes from a state of non-forgiveness, and that whenever we are ill, we need to look around to see who it is that we need to forgive. I know that the very person you find it hardest to forgive is the one you need to let go of the most. Forgiveness means giving up, letting go. It has nothing to do with condoning behavior. It's just letting the whole experience go and coming into the present moment. We understand our pain so well, how hard it is for most of us to understand that they were also in pain and doing the best they could with the understanding and awareness and knowledge they had. In order to heal ourselves, we need to be willing to change our thinking, to forgive others, and to learn to love and accept ourselves more. When we refuse to be willing to love ourselves, then we are denying ourselves our own healing. Self-acceptance and self-approval in the now are the keys to positive changes in our future. One of the ways in which we unknowingly deny ourselves love is to make ourselves wrong, to be critical of what we do or do not do. Even using the word should limits you, and removing it from your vocabulary will make a great difference in your life. It certainly has in mine. Let's take the word should and discard it forever, never to be heard of again. Should is a word that makes a prisoner of us. Every time we use should, we are either making ourselves wrong or someone else wrong. We are in effect saying not good enough, or you have failed, or you are going to fail, or just wrong. Begin to listen to how often this word is used and how crippling it is. Let your understanding and awareness grow and make you free. Replace the word should with the word could. Could lets you know that you have choice, and choice is freedom. We need to be aware that everything we do in life is done by choice. There really is nothing that we have to do. There are always things that it might be best for us to do. However, we always have choice. So now every time you hear yourself using the word should, let a red light go off in your mind. Then gently allow yourself to release it and let it go. Please don't use eliminating should as another excuse to get angry at yourself. All we want is understanding and awareness. Then things will drop away by themselves. You might notice, oh dear, it's 27 times today I've said should. No wonder I'm such a rigid person. Now that would be understanding and awareness and the road to freedom. One of the worst things we can do is to get angry at ourselves. Anger only locks us more rigidly into our patterns. Sometimes we think we have to be angry at ourselves in order to change. You may have been angry at yourself and scolding yourself for years, and still you haven't changed. That is not the way to do it. Think of what happens when we yell and scream at a tiny child. All the joy goes out of their life. And if we yell and scream at them long enough, they literally shrivel and sit in corners, or they tear up the room. The same things happen to the little child within us when we get angry at ourselves. We lose our joy, we lose our creativity, we lose our spontaneity, we lose our freedom and our health. We don't need any more anger. We need more self-acceptance and more self-love. When we can accept ourselves right now, as we are right now, without any criticism or judgment, then we are truly loving ourselves, and the negative patterns must dissolve. If we wait until we have the new job before we love ourselves, or if we wait until we lose weight before we love ourselves, or if we wait until someone else loves us before we love ourselves, then we are denying our existence right now. If we wait until we become perfect before we love ourselves, we waste our lives. We are already the perfect outer expressions of our inner understanding, and we will change. But the changes we make when we love and accept ourselves are always positive, always. So let's release the anger and all those negative beliefs about ourselves and about life, and begin the process of accepting and approving of who and what we are in the here and now. We are always unfolding in the best way we can. The knowledge and understanding that you are already incorporating from this tape will help you to change your life and dissolve the negative patterns. No negative condition can remain in our lives when we truly love and accept ourselves. Love is the healing power. Love dissolves anger. Love gets rid of guilt. Love fades away fear. Love for ourselves is the power that heals us. On a physical level, I would suggest that in addition to whatever program your doctor may have created for you, you also see the services of a good nutritionist. You could go to the health food store and seek advice, or go to the library and read a book on nutrition, or talk to a friend who understands the importance of good food in your diet and how it can help rebuild your body. There are many things you can do to assist in your own healing. Body, mind, and spirit must be balanced. It sounds more overwhelming than it is. Just begin where you are, doing what you can. It's like cleaning a house. It doesn't matter in what room you begin. If you keep going, eventually the whole house becomes clean. Let me repeat, I believe it is our birthright to be totally healthy and totally fulfilled in every area of our lives. Let us claim and accept that birthright right now. On the other side of this tape, we're going to experience a deep relaxation with a guided meditation to help you create new thought patterns that you can use to dissolve disease in your body and to build perfect, vibrant health. It is best not to use side 2 of this tape in an automobile. I would prefer you to lie down if you can. Please play side 2 of this tape every night for at least a month. Let yourself go to sleep with it on. Allow these ideas to permeate your consciousness. You can also play it during the day. You don't even have to listen to it. Just let it play over and over. Your subconscious mind hears everything. Practice the suggestions I am giving you. Take time to take care of yourself, mentally and physically. Give yourself a chance. You are worth it. These concepts have worked for many people. They can work for you. Express the growing love you have for yourself by lovingly taking care of the miracle you call your body. And you get to feel good in the process, too. Thank you for listening. I will wait for you on the other side of the tape. We have talked about many things, and we have brought a lot of feelings to the surface, and this is good. It is all part of the cleansing, the healing, the making whole of our bodies and our minds. Now, in these few moments, let us turn our attention to building positive new thought patterns that enable us to create health in our bodies. Our internal dialogue and our mental pictures have a definite effect on our whole of our bodies and our minds. Now, in these few moments, let us turn our attention to building positive new thought patterns that enable us to create health in our bodies. Our internal dialogue and our mental pictures have a definite effect on our bodies. Let us now use that to our best advantage. Lie down if it is convenient, and first tense your whole body as much as you possibly can. Make it tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. Now let go. Then take a deep breath. Fill your body like a big balloon. And exhale. Take another deep breath. And as you exhale, begin to picture yourself in the most beautiful, pleasant, natural surroundings. Whatever is meaningful and safe for you. Take another deep breath. And as you exhale, begin to let go. Just let go. Let go of fear. See fear as a black cloud that hovers over you, and you have a string that is holding it there. Now let the string go. See the dark cloud of fear float away. Watch it until it gets so small you can no longer see it. Feel a sense of release. Take another deep breath and let go of anger. Let go of blame. Let go of guilt. Let go of sorrow. Let go of jealousy. Let go of tension. For these few moments, allow yourself to be at peace. There is no need to struggle. This doesn't have to be hard work. It's only a thought you need to change, and I will help you. I have been through this. I know that dissolving thought patterns helps to dissolve disease. Your breathing is now relaxing your whole body. There is no need for resistance now. You are perfectly safe. You can even go to sleep if you want to. Allow your scalp and your forehead to relax. Let all the muscles around your eyes relax. Let your eyes sink deep into your head and relax. Continue to relax your face, your cheeks, your lips, your tongue, your jaw, your throat. Relax the back of your head, your neck, and shoulders. Let this relaxed feeling spread throughout your body, down the shoulders and upper arms, into the elbows, forearms, wrists, and hands. Feel the tiny pulsations in your fingertips. This is your own energy pulsating. Allow your back to relax. Let those muscles get very heavy. Feel the relaxation in your upper chest, your rib cage, your abdomen, your pelvis, and your genitals. These relaxed feelings now move down through your thighs, knees, lower legs, ankles, and feet. Your skin relaxes. Your internal organs relax. Your emotions are relaxed. Feel the music move through you and relax you even more. Remember, the power that created you has provided enough breath to last you for as long as you shall live. Each time you exhale, you don't even think about your next breath. You assume that it will be there for you. You have faith and trust that it will be there. Now extend your faith and trust to the areas of healing. Observe the breath as it goes in and out of your body. Notice that you don't have to do anything. There is an intelligence within you that breathes your body for you. This intelligence within you is part of the one intelligence that created this entire planet. You are not lost or lonely or forgotten or rejected or not good enough or left outside the door. You are one with the very power that created you, and this power has given you the power to create your own experiences. The power of your mind. Every thought you think and every word you speak is creating your future. We now choose to use this power to create a wonderful new future for you. You are far more than just your body. You are pure consciousness. You are a divine, magnificent expression of life. You are one with all of life. And yet, no person, no place, and no thing has any power over you. For you are the only thinker in your mind. You are the creative power, and you are the authority in your life. Now you are choosing to use your own power to help heal yourself. Yes, it is true that when you were a child, there were some difficult times. Times when you felt lonely, unwanted, and unloved. Perhaps you were rejected or abandoned or even abused and humiliated. Yes, I know there were some terrible times. Some of them may have been so awful you don't even remember them. But the past has no power over you if you choose to live in the now. The point of power is in the present moment. Each moment is a new beginning, and this moment is a new beginning for you right here and right now. So let's take the past, all of it, and wrap it up in the pink of divine love and release it and let it go. We affirm that you are now free. You are not your mother, nor her fears. You are not your father, nor his beliefs. You are not any of the relatives, nor their opinions. You are not the teachers at school, nor their rigidity. And you are certainly not the limitations of your early religious upbringing. You are yourself, a divine, magnificent expression of life. You are unique and special and wonderful, one of a kind. Since time began on this planet, there has never been another person like you, and there never will be. Therefore, there is no competition and no comparison. You have your own unique talents and abilities and your own special way of expressing them. You are worthy of your own love and your own self-acceptance, not because of what you have done, but just because you exist. We order your subconscious mind to release any and all negative beliefs that are limiting you or harming you in any way. They must leave you now. It does not matter if we know exactly what they are or not. It doesn't matter how long these negative beliefs have been there. Now, in this moment, we order them wiped out, erased, eliminated, neutralized, and released. We affirm you are willing to let go and be free. It is safe to do this. We affirm a willingness within you to release the mental causes, the mental patterns in your consciousness that are creating any negative conditions in your life now. We affirm you are willing to release the need for this condition in your body. You now allow it to disappear, to fade away, to dissolve back into the nothingness from whence it came. We affirm you are willing to begin to dissolve all resentment and blame. One of the ways to release the walls of resentment that keep you imprisoned is to really understand where the other person is coming from, to go behind their behavior and feel what is going on inside. How much do you really know about your parents' childhood? What was it really like for them to be very little? What were their fears and terrors? When you can truly understand this, then there is not any need for forgiveness. Old instances just dissolve in the light of understanding and compassion. The little child inside you that you have been scolding for so long wants to hear that you love it. It wants to feel safe so that it can get well and stay well. When you were a little child, what you wanted more than anything else was for the people around you to love and accept you exactly as you were. You are still looking for that approval now. Only the only person who can give it to you now is yourself. Other people's approval has no meaning if you don't give it to yourself. I want you to visualize yourself as a little child of 5 or 6. And look deeply into this little child's eyes. See the longing that is there, and realize that there is only one thing this little child wants from you, and that is love. So reach out your arms and embrace this child. Hold it with love and tenderness. Tell it how much you love it, how much you care. Tell the child how beautiful it is, and how bright and clever you think it is. Admire everything about this child and say that it's okay to make mistakes while learning. Say that you will always be there no matter what happens. Now let this little child get very small until it's just the size to fit into your heart, and put it there. So whenever you look down, you can see this little face looking up at you, and you can give it lots of love. Now visualize your mother as a little girl of 4 or 5, frightened and looking for love and not knowing where to find it. Reach out your arms and hold this little girl and let her know how much you love her, how much you care. Let her know she can rely on you, that you will always be there no matter what. When she quiets down and begins to feel safe, let her get very small, just the size to fit into your heart. Put her there with your own little child. Let them give each other lots of love. Now visualize your father as a little boy of 3 or 4, frightened and crying and looking for love. See the tears rolling down his little face as he doesn't know where to turn. You have become good at comforting frightened little children. So reach out your arms and hold his trembling little body. Comfort him. Croon to him. Let him feel how much you love him. Let him feel that you will always be there for him. When his tears are dry and you feel the love and peace in his little body, let him get very small, just the size to fit into your heart. Put him there, so those 3 little children can give each other lots of love, and you can love them all. There is so much love in your heart that you could heal the entire planet. But just for now, let us use this love to heal you. Feel a warmth beginning to glow in your heart center, a softness, a gentleness. Let this feeling begin to change the way you think and talk about yourself. Allow the love from your own heart to flow throughout your body, through all the veins and arteries, down to the tiniest little capillaries, bathing and soaking and soothing and healing every cell in your body. Let this love from your own overflowing heart bring joy to every part of your body, so that all the cells are joyful as they go about their work of keeping you healthy. If there is any pain or discomfort anywhere in your body, let this love surround it and dissolve it, so that your body is free to heal itself. Let the love wash through your body like cool, clear water, cleansing everything that it touches. Your body knows how to heal itself. Love it and support it in this task. Say to yourself now, I choose to get well. I choose to get well. Let us use the love from your own overflowing heart to wipe out any and all old resentment and hurt and bitterness that may be lingering in you. It is impossible to really love until we have forgiven. As the Course in Miracles says, would you rather be happy and well, or would you rather be right? In front of you, see a small stage. And on this stage, place the person you resent the most. It could be past or present, living or dead. When you see this person clearly, forgive them. Say to them, I forgive you for not being the way I wanted you to be. I forgive you and I set you free. Then begin to see good things happening to them. Things that would be meaningful to them. See them smiling and happy. They are still smiling as you allow them to fade away. Now notice a prison door opening before you. Feel chains and shackles drop away from you. As you walk out into the sunshine of life, they are free, and now you are free. When you awaken in the morning, I would like you to go to the mirror, look into your eyes and ask, what can I do for you today to make you happy? Do this each morning. Begin to get in touch with what nourishes you. If something happens to disturb you, go to the mirror and say, I love you. What can I do right now to make you feel good? Also, 2 or 3 times a day, I want you to look in the mirror and say, I love you. I really, really love you. Do these exercises for at least a month until it begins to feel good. Then keep doing them for the joy of it. begin to repeat to yourself, I love and approve of myself. I love and approve of myself. I love and approve of myself. It may not feel like the truth for you right now, but repeat it over and over and over again, and it will become the truth for you. Another affirmation I like to use is, I'm beautiful and everybody loves me. I'm beautiful and everybody loves me. The universe will support what you choose to believe about yourself. No matter how foolish you may seem to behave for the moment, you never again have to stop loving and approving of yourself. This is a time for you to become your own best friend, the person you are most joyous to be with. This growing sense of love that you have for yourself begins to radiate out from you in all directions now, touching people and places and things in your past, present, and future, so that wherever you go, whatever you do, whoever you meet, wherever you are, you find your own love waiting for you, and it returns to you multiplied. On a daily basis, take time for yourself. Give yourself periods of relaxation. Begin to visualize your body getting well, and you living your life the way you would like to live it. Imagine right now what it would feel like to be really well, with lots of energy and a body that did what you wanted it to do. Becoming totally well, accomplishing the goals you desire in life, and fulfilling your purpose. Imagine that there is time and energy and money for you to do the things you really like to do. Perhaps you don't usually give yourself time to do these things, but now, in your own mind, you can feel how it would be to take time to enjoy yourself. Hear your family and friends supporting you in this and saying, I'm so glad that you're taking time to enjoy yourself. Imagine your relationships, all of them, becoming more meaningful. Give yourself a strong reason for healing and for living. Focus on your priorities in life. As you work with these images day after day, and you can do them as often as you wish, your body will respond to the healing energy you are giving it. No matter what treatment you may choose to have to help you dissolve this condition, even if it happens to be surgery, let us know and affirm that every hand that comes in contact with your body is a healing hand, and your body responds well to the treatment. The cells in your body respond amazingly well to the treatment, and strength and wholeness returns to your body. We affirm the people who may be administering the treatments are amazed at your rapid rate of healing. There is a part of you deep inside that knows you have the power to heal yourself. It does not matter where the cause of the disease came from. We now release it and let it go. It is now safe for you to get well and to stay well. If there are any benefits from having this illness, we now affirm that you can have these same benefits in a more positive way. Let us concentrate your energies now on claiming your birthright. It is your birthright to express yourself creatively in ways that are fulfilling to you. It is your right to get to do what you want to do, not what others want you to do, and to feel good about it. We claim this birthright for you right here and right now. It is your birthright to share in the vast abundance and prosperity of this universe, to live well, and to be comfortable with the substance called money. We claim this birthright for you right here and right now. It is your birthright to have loving relationships that are joyous and harmonious, to be welcomed with love wherever you go. We claim this birthright for you right here and right now. It is your birthright to have total, vibrant health with lots of energy, every organ and muscle and joint working perfectly, feeling good about yourself, sleeping well, and awakening each morning bright and refreshed, and looking forward to the new day. We claim this birthright for you right here and right now. If there is any pattern in your consciousness that would deny or delay this in any way, we now affirm that you are totally willing to release it and let it go. We release and dissolve all resistance. We affirm that you are now totally open and receptive to your highest good and greatest joy. Good now floods into your life from every possible avenue. Love and support surrounds you, and miracle follows miracle in your life. You are now willing to accept and love who and what you are, and the universal intelligence responds to this, and you are surrounded by loving, healing energies. We draw upon that tremendous resource, the healing power of love. Deep at the center of our being, there is an infinite well of love. We now allow this love to flow to the surface. It fills our hearts, our bodies, our mind, our consciousness, our very beings, and radiates out from us in all directions and returns to us multiplied. The more love we use and give, the more we have to give. The supply is endless. The use of love makes us feel good. It is an expression of our inner joy. Because we love ourselves, we take loving care of our bodies. We feed them nourishing foods and beverages. We exercise them in ways that are fun. We groom them and dress them in ways that are pleasing to us. Because we love ourselves, we provide for ourselves comfortable living spaces, filling the rooms with the vibrations of love, so that all who enter, ourselves included, feel and respond to this love. Because we love ourselves, we work at jobs that we truly enjoy doing, using our creative talents and abilities in ways that are fulfilling, working with and for people that we love and who love us, and earning a good income. Because we love ourselves, we behave and think in a loving way to all people, for we know that what we give out returns to us multiplied. We only attract loving people in our world now because they are a mirror of what we are. Because we love ourselves, we forgive and totally release the past and all past experiences, and we are free. We choose to live totally in the now, experiencing each moment as good, and knowing that our future is bright and joyous and secure. We are one with the universe now and forevermore. Whatever it is you need to know is now revealed to you. Whatever you need comes to you in divine right order. Your healing is already in process. It is already accepted in consciousness, and now the physical healing is beginning to manifest. It does not matter whether your conscious mind has heard one word I've said or not, for we are contacting the subconscious mind. We have planted new seeds in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind, where they now germinate, take root, and grow, and become true for you. When you see the first little shoots of evidence come up, don't say that's not enough. Instead, say with joy, oh boy, here it comes. Watch your own crop of good experiences come in. Harvest and reap what you are now choosing to sow. Happiness is feeling good about yourself. Health comes from feeling good about yourself. I know you are whole and complete. All is now well in your wonderful, changing, loving, joyful, healthy, safe, peaceful, prosperous, creative world. You are divinely protected and guided. I do care for you. I love you. Be at peace. So be it.
And now enjoy this guided meditation.
Today's intention for our guided meditation is to help everyone who's feeling sensitive to come into balance and to receive exactly the support they need in their lives. So let's all get nice and comfortable, close our eyes to visualize our inner world, and take in a few long, deep, healing breaths. As you're breathing, visualize that you are being surrounded now by a group of angels. The angels gather around you, standing shoulder to shoulder in a circle of light. Breathe deeply and allow these beautiful, loving beings to channel that light and healing energy from the palms of their hands and their hearts straight into your heart. Take several deep breaths here, just really allowing yourself to be fed by the love and support of the angels. As you feel the angels' light entering into your heart, allow the light to spread, moving upwards as the light flows up into the head, into the shoulders, down the arms, out the fingertips. Breathing the light into the lungs, allowing it to flow downwards, down through the torso and solar plexus chakra, down to the lower parts of the physical body, moving out your energy's root system. As it flows out your spine, feeling the light move through your legs and feet, out your toes. And then with your next deep healing breath, allow that light to sink down right into the earth. Feeling Mother Earth holding you, cradling you in her love as you are nurtured and supported. The angels are now guiding you to visualize as they lift you up and carry you to a divine healing temple in the heavens. Visualize that these healing angels are laying you down on a beautiful, sparkling crystal bed of light. As you sink into this beautiful, soft crystal bed, allow the light to permeate every cell of your body and every particle of your consciousness. Notice as this beautiful light begins to cleanse away any tension and any fear, scrubbing you clean until you are crystalline, translucent. Breathing deeply, notice that that beautiful light is beginning to raise your vibration, almost as if there is a small inner volume dial that the angels are gently helping to turn to shift the particles of your being to a slightly higher resonance. Notice as your resonance gently shifts that you start to feel very relaxed. It feels very freeing, as if there is a big part of your mind that is opening, expanding, and unleashing its inner power. Breathe deeply, really allowing yourself to feel comfortable in this beautiful light as it flows throughout you. The angels are showing us that they are now placing their hands over your third eye, and they are channeling emerald green healing light into your third eye, which represents your psychic senses. Feel as this healing light has a gentling effect on your psychic senses, bringing balance and gentleness to all of your faculties of awareness now. Breathe that emerald light throughout the third eye chakra, feeling the emerald light filling up your head and your brain. Feel and allow it to flow down your spine, moving through the throat chakra and going straight for your heart, which is your chakra center for empathy, compassion, and love. Feel the light also filling your heart. Once again, shedding away any energy that you don't need, anything that doesn't suit you, help you to fulfill your purpose, and helping you to feel totally supported, nurtured, and at peace in this moment. Good. The angels are showing us that they are guiding this emerald healing light to create layers and layers of healing energy within and around you. Breathe and bask in this healing energy. And now with your next deep healing breath, we are going to collectively send this healing, calming, nurturing light throughout the earth. So together, let's visualize that we are now sitting up in our lovely little healing crystal beds, and we are using our third eyes to visualize planet Earth right in front of us. Watch and feel as that beautiful emerald healing light spins all around the planet, creating a healing, protective glow. Allow that light to touch every single living being in this world, bringing them much needed comfort, peace, reassurance, a sense of safety and healing. Just take another deep breath, holding space for everyone for whom we are sending healing. And if you have any personal intentions of healing, you can think of them now, offer them to the angels and to this healing space now. Good. The angels are now carrying you back to the here and now, helping you to ground right back into your physical body, and asking that you take in one deep, powerful healing breath, feeling as you do so that you are magnetically, powerfully pulling all of your substance right back in through the top of your head, the crown chakra, allowing yourself to float all the way down into the root chakra of your energy system, feeling your energy inhabiting every cell of your physical body, feeling alive, awake, aware, and ready in your fingertips and toes, and just blossoming in your connection with the earth as you deeply enter the here and now. Good. Lastly, we're going to allow the angels to shield you in a veil of bright, purifying white light, keeping you nice and clear, taken care of, and shielded as you go about the rest of your day. The angels are placing that shield around you now, and they're thanking you for holding space today. Take in just one last deep healing breath all together. And exhale to open your eyes and shift right back into the room and into the moment.
Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.